Hello. Just taking a peek at the audio. It's loud for me. It's very loud for me. That's for sure. Bright and early. Bright and early. Early bird gets worm. You know how it is. What are we working on today? We're working on a ton of fun stuff. Moving cameras around. That sort of stuff. So that's a ton of fun. Okay, sorry, I'm taking a while to get set up here. I know. I didn't really do the setup beforehand. Okay, yeah, let me check my audio, if it's good or dumb. It's hard for me to tell. It's hard for me to tell. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Maybe I can boost it a bit. Today, I'm listening to Corelli's Concerto Grossi. Obviously very Italian composer. The most Italian Baroque composer. Louder? My mic or the music? We can do both. I will make it louder. Hey, what's up, Sergey? How are you doing? Mic? Okay. Let me do that. Effects, and I will boost myself. Here we go. Is that good? Let me see the level. Yeah, I think it's good. I'm in the red, so I don't want to. What happens is that I end up pushing the mic volume a bit, and then the VOD is just, I have a crackly kind of mic because I'm peaking, so I'm just worried about that. But it's good now. Okay, that's good. So first of all, I have to just change some variable names around. Basically what I did was I made our cameras now arbitrary. So in our globals we have basically a vector of cameras. The reason for this is because we have now weapon cameras and stuff like that are not just the player camera. So we want to be able to reference those during runtime and not just hard code them. So basically what the system is looking like is on a knit. What happens is that we if I can find it, so this is what we're doing. So we basically have this function that says spawn new camera that takes in basically the constants that are needed for aspect ratio and stuff like that, and a name, right, for IDing it later. And then this basically just pushes it onto our vector of cameras. We of course have to do this before we initialize the shaders, because those cameras need to be allocated beforehand so that we reference them in the UBOs. So that's what is happening. And then down here, what we do is we spawn a weapon camera for that for that camera, and then basically just move the camera to the position of the model. So it is kind of annoying that I have to spawn the cameras, basically allocate them before I load my shaders. I kind of wish I could just spawn them willy-nilly, but I do have to pre-allocate them so that the UBOs get set up beforehand when we set up our uniforms, which is kind of annoying, but I think that it has to be just what we do for now. So this is what the spawn weapon camera looks like. It's super clean. It just basically spawns an asset instance and sets up our weapon camera, which is, these are kind of just constants to get the weapon in a good a good portion of the frame, basically. In a typical FPS setting, it's on the right. So that's basically what that is. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just changing all these variable names, since we're not actually referencing just a camera that's on the player. Now this camera is, we get it by referencing, we resolve this at a init. We basically just say the player camera has a cam index, right? And then that points us to whichever index is our main player camera. And that's the camera that we obviously use for all of our, game logic, right? So that's what I'm fixing right now, is we have to just change all those variable names. That was a lot, but yeah, that's what I'm working on today. Anyway, love Corelli. Corelli is awesome. I was listening to, I don't know, I was in like a classical mood today. Earlier I was listening to, whatchamacallit, I was listening to, let me just grab this. I was listening to the Poulenc, the Poulenc organ concerto, which is one of my favorite. Anyway, not related to Corelli at all. It's just one of my favorite pieces. So after a knit, we just want to set up once, or no, we should do it here, to be honest. Just while running, we want to just get the player camera. So, well, this is kind of annoying now. We should just save this to the jump list and then go up here and grab that piece of code so that I don't have to write it again. Except this is going to be hard to find. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna be doing is kind of shifting from what I was doing, was basically making just an FPS game, like a retro FPS game, but now I think I'm going to shift, actually. Reason being is that we don't actually have to do this, by the way. We don't actually have to do any of this, because we're just going to have a function that gets called once a frame that update all global cameras, and that includes the player camera. So we're gonna just call update all global cameras, and it's going to be for every single, it should be for every single. Maybe we want to actually call it after our update loop, so we can put it there. That's fine. What was I saying? Yeah, so I have been working on this in terms of this is actually kind of annoying, because yeah, I have been working on an FPS game, but now I've been playing Wizardry 8 recently, and I just kind of had this realization, oh, I kind of want to make an RPG. Like that's what this started off as, and I don't know. I think I'm at the point. I have some ideas that I've been sketching out on how to basically put both together in a way. So I've been sketching out those ideas about basically mashing both RPG and FPS together. I think it's going to be more RPG because I kind of wanted to have turn-based combat, now that I don't know. So I implemented hitboxes recently and like actual combat. Like our first entity now shoots bullets at us and we can shoot bullets at it. And I thought that there would be like this huge dopamine release. Hey, what's up, Sleepy? I thought that there would be this huge dopamine release like once I got that combat loop down and once I like started shooting at something with hitboxes and in real time. But there wasn't. I didn't get that. And I think the reason why I didn't get that is because maybe I just don't want to make an FPS game. Like, I like FPS games, but it's kind of, to me, FPS games are just like kind of constant dopamine. And I kind of want to make something that's a bit more strategic and psychological, maybe. So I think my idea is kind of like, I always wanted to make like a party-based game. I've always been kind of obsessed with like the party-based CRPG fantasy, and I think my idea is to take that kind of into a modern age. So am I changing tracks with the game? I don't know if it's changing tracks necessarily because I never really had a direction in the first place. Like, I was just adding things that I found cool. So I added a bunch of like movement tech because when I was a teenager, all I did was b-hop in CSS. But I don't know if it's necessarily changing tracks, but I definitely want to keep the movement stuff in the game, and I want you to just have the freedom of movement, but I also want to have like most of my favorite games are actually RPGs because I think the RPG format and a party-based format is the best way of telling a story, in terms of writing, in terms of, just emotional thing with the player, basically, hey, what's up, weeb? Nice to see you again. But I don't know if I'm necessarily changing, like the themes of the game are going to stay the same, but it's just the combat. I want it to be more party based. But that's kind of where this engine started, is that my original Raycaster was supposed to just be a horror RPG. That was the original idea, but then I added all this FPS stuff. And I think all the FPS stuff is really unique, cool. I think it's pretty impressive, but at the same time, I don't know. My thing is like, all my favorite games are party-based RPGs, like Mother, Persona 2, Xenoblade, because they're stories that have like such an emotional impact on me, and I think that it's the best way of telling a story. And I've always been obsessed with party-based stuff, and I've always been annoyed that nowadays there just aren't good party-based RPGs other than isometric stuff. There has been, Baldur's Gate 3 came out, but I can't run it. But also, the Larian Studio games are good, but I think that honestly they feel like Witcher games to me rather than Baldur's Gate. Why not write out the game then on paper? I have been. I've spent like the past 2 days writing out what I'm. I have an idea, but I sound scattered. I have a direction, right? It's fine that I'm not really sure exactly what I want to do now. I want traditional armor class to be in the game, right? I want that to be a thing. But I know what the narrative of the game is going to be about, if that's what you're concerned about. It's going to be the journey of finding this boy. And the blood of this boy is the blood that will save the world if you find him. The idea is this oracle comes to you at the beginning of this game. You take this pilgrimage, like kind of this religious pilgrimage to this oracle, right? In maybe this like a reflection of the oracle from the Odyssey, from Greek mythology, right? I'm not a big fan of Greek mythology, but this idea of this oracle is kind of, I've always really liked how the Oracle at Delphi is portrayed in mythology. My idea is that this Oracle is just a stream, and you talk to your reflection in it. And I already know. I wrote down the kind of the prophecy, right? And that's kind of where the game starts off, right? Is that your party gets this prophecy, and they have to fulfill it to, in their minds, save the world from sin, basically. Hey, what's up, Frumpy? How are you doing? If you're using a pre-made engine, I'd understand, but you're creating an engine from scratch. If you decide that you want to change direction, that would be time lost. No, totally not. I'm using still all of the features of this engine. I'm using my UI system, which I spent like a month building. I'm still using all of my cameras, all of my everything, all of my shader pipeline. I'm literally using my entire engine. Like, there's actually none of it that I'm not gonna use for it. What's the gameplay style I'm going for? I'm going for a turn-based combat game, but with first-person cameras. So basically wizardry style first-person combat, but all of your party has cameras. So it's highly experimental, but it's basically, like, you can think of it like a classic isometric CRPG, but with first-person combat. I think that that's such a neat idea, and it hasn't been done before at all. It's been done before with just having one camera, right, in your typical blobber, right, with your, Might and Magic or Wizardry or whatever have you, your typical dungeon crawler. You have one camera, right? But it's never been done before with multiple cameras, multiple positionings for your characters. I think that there's a lot of kind of unhit potential there, but it's an idea that hasn't been done before. Hey, what's up, Luca? We're kind of talking about my new idea for the game, and how I basically have written out this CRPG that this game is going to turn into, a first-person CRPG with turn-based combat, which I think a lot of people might get annoyed at me for doing turn-based combat when I said that I would make an FPS engine, but I don't know. Like I said, I thought that I was going to really enjoy the combat once I got the combat set up. And now all I want to do is make something different with it. Okay, so this is a unique update loop for the camera that is aligned here. for editing only, for no clipping. So this is going to have to be, yeah. So this is going to have to be a separate thing. Well, I'm glad you think it's cool, Luca. I did kind of just talk about it for like 15-20 minutes, so I don't want to like redo the whole spiel about it. But anyway, it's kind of going to be this narrative about this party that sets out to find this boy, and this oracle gives them this quest to find this boy, and the boy's blood is, the idea is that the boy's blood can cleanse all of the sin of mankind. My idea is that the narrative, just they're following in this boy's footsteps. You know, they're told that he lives in this village, and then they go to this village, and he's not there. I have already like kind of ideas about the areas of the game, but they're going to tell you to go somewhere else, and then you're going to go there, and they're going to tell you to go somewhere else. How long have I been developing this game? I've pretty much only been working on the engine. Like, I've made a few models, but I've been working on the engine for maybe 4 months now. So what's the current state of the engine? What's playable now? I haven't done the combat system or anything with combat, which is what I have to do next. But or the UI, which is also what I have to work on next. But I mean, basically everything else is in the engine, right? Like, I have a system for you to set up an infinite amount of frame buffers, shaders, cameras, load in any assets. We have callback hooks for animation events. We have callback hooks for any UI events. We have callback hooks for entity behavior, entity interaction. There's basically everything inside of the engine already. So, do you plan ahead, or do I add things on the fly? I kind of add things on the fly, to be honest. But I just add whatever, like whatever feature I think I need next, you know. Anyway, so the engine is pretty solid. Yeah, so this camera isn't gonna be a thing. I doubt we're gonna be able to compile this, to be honest. I'm changing a lot here. Basically what I'm doing is I took the camera off of the player struct, because now our cameras are arbitrary, right? So the design is that we spawn a camera with a name, because you want to have different cameras for whatever reason. Cutscenes, you want cameras for our weapons. Our weapons are separate cameras from our player cameras, right? In the typical FPS fashion, they are just floating cameras behind the model. So you want to have different cameras. So that's why this is a thing. So the idea is that we basically initialize our cameras, and then all we have to do is whatchamacallit, is just update all global cameras, and then this function updates all of them at once. But yeah, so that's the goal here. I doubt we will. I'm assuming that this is going to give us a lot of errors. Yeah. I don't even know what this is for. Interesting. I don't think I use this for compute camera basis. Yeah, I don't use this at all, so I'm just going to comment that out. Okay, so every place that we every place that I am getting a camera in this file, I have to replace it with this, because now our camera might change. Like, let's say our camera, the idea is that when you're playing with a party, your camera is going to either change position or you're going to change cameras. One or the other is going to happen. I'm not really sure. We might also have like a top-down view or something. I'm not really sure yet. But the idea is that you want to be able to change cameras on the fly. So this is kind of my solution to this, is to just to not have the camera tied to the player at all anymore. Right. Fire weapon is not something that we even use anymore, so I'm just going to comment this out, but we're gonna keep it just because it's kind of important for reference purposes if we need it later. I don't remember, I think I use this actually, so this is kind of important. This is kind of important, but this engine is pretty large, so there is a lot of deprecated code in this thing. But honestly, I don't worry about it too much anymore. I just kind of, when I refactor something, I just change the variable names, and then we don't really worry about it. God, yeah, I haven't changed this function in a long time. I need to get rid of all of this. I made a version of my velocity code that I was going to actually make public, because I made kind of a like a whatchamacallit. I made the version of it for the PS1, and I was gonna make that public because it was basically just a cleaner version of my current velocity code for the engine. I'm not really sure if anybody would be interested in that, but I was considering it. I did basically make it. It was just one of those things where I didn't really want to put it in the Discord if it was like me like showing off or something. I don't know. I just felt weird about it. I also kind of thought maybe it's just like janky or whatever. God, there's a lot of variable names that we are changing right now. It's quite scary. Yo, weird stream time. Yeah, it is early. I haven't streamed in a while though, so I wanted to, because it's been like a week. Maybe more, to be honest, since I streamed last. Maybe it's just been a week, I don't know. It's felt like a long time, because I've just been kind of burnt out with it. Like, just super depressed, to be honest, about the whole thing, because I worked really hard on it recently to get our first entity kind of up and running, and then I just got kind of discouraged once I wasn't really 100% pleased with the results. Did I mess this up? No, yeah, this is just all player, yeah. Yeah, I have to actually change this too. This, basically, I might have to go nodes on this actually. Might have to change this to a node thing, but I'm not sure yet. Yeah, the whole changing everything to nodes is super confusing. Oh yeah, this update camera thing is quite annoying, but yeah, this update camera thing basically just changes based on the current player height, that if we're crouching or whatever. This is important to have the camera at the top, blah 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 blah. Fair, fair. You like the background music? Thanks. It is Corelli's Concerto Grossi. Very underrated. Very underrated Italian composer. I guess he wasn't underrated back in the day, but today he's kind of forgotten about just because, I don't know. I feel like with the whole composer thing, the issue is that everybody kind of, I should really be going based on cam here. Everybody has this idea of like there's only like 10 composers. You see this even in circles with people that actually like go to performances and stuff like this, that basically everybody thinks that there's only 10 composers that exist, and it's like Bach, Mozart, maybe what other ones? Mendelssohn. I'm really drawing an embarrassing blank here since I listen to a lot of classical. I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank there, but trust me, don't revoke my classical card. I know about classical, but you know, Vivaldi. Okay, we got Vivaldi in there. We got the opera guys too. Can't forget about the opera guys. Anyway, I think there are a lot more composers that just don't get played, just because the public just forgot that they exist, I think. Bro, how do I talk in code? I code a lot, believe it or not. I kind of just wake up and I code, so it's just something that I've gotten used to. I appreciate that it makes you, that you're impressed though. I lost the line. Now you could just make this a constant, but the thing is you want to keep updating this every frame. We could have just externed it. We could have externed it, but you know what? Like, that would be kind of a waste. So I'm glad that we didn't. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna do it this way. I don't care. What's the point? Can I show you some gameplay? Well, what's the point is kind of a funny way of saying that, but I mean, I can't compile right now since I am working on it. I have a lot of videos of the gameplay on my channel though, if you're interested. A lot of videos actually. What's the point? Wow, that's I'm feeling a bit existential after that. Test follow, yeah, we should get the camera here as well. And put it up here. Okay. There's no point in that. Update entities we should get. And I copied the wrong thing. Oh gosh, that's cursed. Bro, my code is always fighting for its life. I mean, my code is too, to be honest. I kill it plenty of times. I have no clue if this is going to compile. I'm just literally going through the errors one by one. I wonder what else. Okay, so we have this error. Assign UBO data is incorrect. Ooh, how are we gonna do this? Trust me, bro, I'm doing really well. Thanks. But I mean, I'm just changing variable names, so it's kind of easy to talk over it. This is a good question. So basically what I did with changing UBOs is that I made UBOs have a name. And this is pointing to cam data, which doesn't exist anymore. First of all, let's just fix this. This is just a naming thing. But more important than this is the fact that this global's weapon cam data isn't a thing. It's going to an actual camera. How do we want to do this? So there's a few ways that we can do this. This is actually in shaders. .c is where this is. There's a few ways that we can do this. So when we create our UBO, we basically give it a name. The name is so that we know which camera it belongs to. But I don't know if we want to. We kind of want to make. What you want to do, right, is you want to make a enum. You want to make an enum with UBO types. Yeah. And then we just have a switch case, and if it is camera, let's just do UBO camera data, right? And if it's UBO camera data, then we will search for the camera and bind it properly every frame. Right, okay, that's what we'll do. I tried making a digit recognizer yesterday. The thing ended up spawning some Egyptian manuscripts. A digit recognizer, interesting. Is that like a, like it looks at an image and figures out if it's a if it's a digit or not, or what digit it is. Yeah, let's just do this now. We can do this because I now have the design for it that I'm going for. So we are going to switch on we have to put the type on the UBO, smarty. Smarty. Okay, so we have now a UBO type. What we're going to do is we will assign that type in a second. Right now we just have camera data in there, but we might have, yeah, that's what it is. It's pretty cool. I don't know how to do anything with image recognition, so that's pretty sick. So if it's camera data, then we just want to bind camera data, but we also need to find, we have camera pointer cam. Let's find. I probably am not including that header file. I am including that header file. Find camera by name. Is this not in the header file? It isn't. That's what it is. Oh, it is in the camera file. Huh. Why is that not showing up? Oh, it is there. I just was going too fast. We are going by UBO's I.name. Why are we mad here? Label. Why are we mad here? Is there something that I'm not seeing? Not entirely sure what that's all about. All right, peace out. Thanks for stopping by. That's the cam data. Do I have to scope this? Is this why it's mad at me? Maybe it's because I have to scope that. Yeah, I think that's probably why it is. Okay, so hopefully this is correct for assigning the UBO data. What is the point? Okay, so I have no clue if this is going to work. I also not sure if we got all the errors, but we will try to see if this works. Okay, that's kind of to be expected. Map.c, yeah, that's a file that I didn't touch right there. After I change all of these variable names, I'm going to work on the UI system, probably making it so that we can create UI elements again, because I kind of have neglected that part of the engine and it is going to be necessary moving forward. So yeah, to be honest, I should just have it on this register. Maybe I do some modeling later. I kind of want to make a lamppost for some reason because I want to get lighting up and running in the engine again, since I've also neglected that part of the engine. for a while working on all this entity stuff. I need to make sure that the lighting still works. Gosh, I've changed one and now I have to change them all like this. That's so annoying. Why? I was really happy working on that new video that I made. I know that it didn't get an absolutely insane amount of views, but I did really enjoy making it. And I hope to make more of that stuff once I, you know, stream more, I guess. It was really fun to watch back too. Maybe not the best for getting new viewers though. If people don't really know me, then it's kind of hard content-wise to, I think, you know, like they're kind of watching a video of somebody that they don't know at all. It's kind of hard to get people's attention with that. Okay. We have now compiled. Probably gonna segfault though. If the stream ends, that's what happened. So we are writing to a black screen with GL errors, 501s. Wonder where that's happening. Probably something that I messed up though. Okay, so let's figure out how to narrow this down. How do I narrow this down? We can... if we're getting a 501, it's probably the UBO data itself. It's probably that. Let me go up to where we bind all of this stuff. Shader program creation failed. All of this doesn't matter because these aren't in use, although maybe they might be somehow. Maybe we should just re-enable. I disabled some code because it was deprecated. all of this stuff was basically completely deprecated. I doubt that that's it, but it might be. Maybe one of those shaders is still in use somehow. None of this actually shows me the UBO stuff. We didn't... Okay, so let's print out then during our... The thing is, I don't actually... Oh. That is important. That's actually very important. I'm actually not sure if this is... If this is I or the ID. I'm pretty sure that this is globals.ubos. Wait. No. I'm going to assume that it's that. Let us try this. Oh, also, something that I never did is I never actually initialized the type. That's something else that I forgot to do. So when we create a new UBO, we also have to specify a type. Forgot to do that. Hey, what's up, the real Yelix and Nix Cafe? Definitely saying that wrong. Not gonna even pretend that I said that right, but biotype. Then we'll just yeah, this. Don't know if this is going to fix it, but it's worth a compile. I'm 99.9% sure that this 501 is from not having UBO data. What language is this? C. What IDE am I using? I'm using Helix. It's text editors similar to Vim. Okay. Do we still have a black screen? We do, and we're now segfaulting in sample hole height. Interesting. That means that we fell through the world, actually. So what's probably happening here is that I had this code that sets player position based on the map player start position, which is a very old piece of code, but I'm assuming that that would be why. So I'm going to get camera cam. And we will test if that's what it is. So probably what's happening is that I'm not actually writing to a black screen anymore in terms of the render pass, but what's probably happening is that I just literally fell through the map because I am not setting the start position to a valid place. Yeah. Which is why we're seg faulting, because we fell into nothingness. Honestly, that's probably the best part about having that seg fault thing is like, you would think like that's a bad thing to have that, but it's good in the case that I do fall through the world, because then I at least know where I am. Interesting. Does this actually, does debug show me where I am? No, it doesn't. It just shows the entity. Interesting. Okay, let's try something else then. What I should have tried is I should have attempted going into editor mode, but it's fine. You know, there might be... I'm just going to try this, initializing this. It's happened before where uninitialized data bites us like that. Maybe update all global cameras isn't doing anything. Yeah, this is annoying. Okay, so let me try something else. Let me try actually deleting these, because these aren't supposed to be in use anymore. That actually might be what it is that we might have been, so we were using incorrect data, but this is for editor mode, so technically, okay, so yeah, this is for editor mode, which shouldn't affect us in not editor mode. But maybe there's somewhere else where I was referencing it. I don't think so. Okay, so instead of that, this is obviously going to go into our cam data. Okay, we should probably log something though. I am interested to see what the camera position is. Let's just do this. It very well might be one of my shaders that we didn't do correctly, because I did kind of have to change all the variable names in here, and I'm wondering if UBO, this should be GLUint, but it shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. Let's switch it regardless. Just every instance of this, let's change it. Because that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be GLUint that it uses to bind the thing. Oh my gosh. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I should just write it. I wonder if there's something dumb that I'm forgetting. Probably. probably what we're going to have to do, since I changed so much stuff, is that we're actually just going to have to literally just do one frame buffer again, just to isolate the issue. This is kind of the problem with having large code bases, is that when you try to refactor one kind of system, everything gets messed up. You know what this might actually not be? This might actually not be UBO ID. Oh, maybe it's not UBO ID. This might actually be... Oh, I think I see what's happening here. This needs an interior... What do I call this, though? What do I call this if we already have an ID? Honestly, we can just call this one GL ID and then this one ID. Okay, so what we need to do when we make a new, create new UBO, what we need to also do is give it a UID based on our current count. And this is the GL ID. It's a different ID, actually, I think. Than the UID. I think that it's a separate thing. For now, let us... Basically, what we're gonna pass in here is... Oh. We already have this, actually. We already have a UBO count that we're passing in. It's just a pointer. So all we have to do is ubo.id is going to equal... First of all, let's not increase the index first. Okay. So that gives us a unique ID for... How do I usually structure camera handling and UI rendering in my engine? So the camera stuff is what I'm working on right now, actually. So basically what we have is I can show you what it looks like. So basically on initialization, what we do is I'm eventually gonna have like it just serialized to either binary or JSON. We need a list of cameras that we need to spawn, right? So this will probably be in binary. This gives us basically we have these names, right, for each of the cameras, and we use those to pass the correct camera UBOs to our shaders, right? So when we initialize our shaders, we create UBOs with the camera data. Then what that allows us to do is within our shaders, we bind those UBOs for use later, right? In our shaders, we have the camera data for our player. So that's how the camera stuff works. And then later, for example, when we want to spawn a weapon or something, I have this function called spawn weapon cam, which just does it, basically sets up good values for spawning a weapon or whatever. That's kind of how cameras work right now. It's probably going to get more complicated when I have actual like gameplay stuff that I need to do, but that's kind of simply how it works right now. I also have a function that basically transforms a camera, this right here, transforms a camera on just X and Y axes, going to a certain location. And UI rendering is kind of a really big question. Like, I have basically, you just serialize it to JSON, but all of my UI elements are huge structs. I also have this comment in here, which is pretty funny. I forget why I was so mad that I added this comment. Anyway, the UI stuff is pretty complicated. So the UI stuff is probably the most complicated part of the engine, because I have within all of these callbacks. So for example, when you click on something, we have an action callback. When we hover something, we have a hover callback. When I unhover something, then we have an unhover callback. So for example, when you're hovering over something and you want to change the color or the size of the UI element or whatever, then that's what this callback is. It binds a function basically. And we have a visibility callback. So this is basically when a UI element is visible every frame, we call this callback. This callback also determines visibility of the UI element, which is also another thing. So basically what this is it's a registry of callbacks that I'm going really in depth talking about this, but for example, in here we have, I forget where the registry actually gets initialized, but yeah, right here. So here is all of our default callbacks that I made, right? So basically when we have a UI element with the hover callback of fade scroll bar, this is what gets bound. It gets two functions, a hover function, a unhover function, and then it gets bound data and a free function for that bound data that it mallocs. Very complicated, but the idea is this is a completely extendable system. So this hover callback has a void pointer data on it, so this can be any data that we need to be passing to these functions, and then all we do when I call those callback functions for actions is I cast those void pointers to whatever type it is. So for example, for drop down pair, for scroll container whatever, I cast this data to container scroll pair. So every UI element can have any void pointer allocated data on it, and that's how the UI system works. I know it's very, very complicated, long-winded explanation, but anyway. So this is getting the right ID now. It's not getting the GL ID, it's getting the regular ID. Actually, hold on, this is going to work because we didn't change the assigned data. This is going to GL ID now. And then this ID goes here, I think. I'm just following kind of what I wrote, what I hard coded. I hope that that's helpful. I know I went on a ramble there about it. Okay. Let's see what we have. What do we have? We have a correct camera position, but we are still drawing to a black screen, which is annoying. We'd see if this is not a thing. The thing is, what's annoying is that we aren't getting opengl errors anymore, which is very concerning and annoying. Not what you want to see at all. I would much rather have the GL errors. Huh. Let's make sure that we are updating every camera. I may have done an oopsie somewhere. Let me also check that we initialize these correctly. Recheck that. So let me check the arguments here. So this is... should be fine. I think that that's exactly what we're doing here with this. Yeah, that's the exact same code. Globals.view near though. Hold on. Do we set the view planes? We might not actually set the view planes. Spawn new camera. I don't actually set view near and view far. That's a problem. Okay. Okay. Spawn new camera now needs those two things. And now when we call it on init, I need to change that to have view near and view far because I was getting garbage data for that, obviously, because I didn't set it. So here we add in we're just going to do this. Eventually you just want it so that that's its own thing that you can set up, but for now I'm just going to use the engine view near and view far. Passing argument 1 of compute camera basis in camera.c 3555. 3555. Where are we? There. Compute camera basis. Okay, well that was a typo. Shouldn't affect anything since that's update editor, that's update no clip. Okay, we are up and running. We don't have fog, and we don't have a gun either, which is concerning. But we are updating both cameras. So we are working fine now, but we aren't working fine completely yet. So first of all, something we have to check is the shader for volumetric. Volumetric shader, which is our fog. I'm not 100% sure on this or this. Actually, yeah, it's probably that. Let me see the weapon shader now. I was passing a pointer to a pointer. It's probably what it was. Let me check this now though. I also use this viewer here, which might be the problem. Not sure though. Forward isn't a pointer, it's a vec3, so yeah, it's a struct, so it shouldn't be passing a pointer to that should be fine. At least I think so. Maybe this spawn weapon cam isn't working. Let's get rid of the rest of our debug now. That's useless. I don't remember where that is, which is annoying. Update. Update all global cameras. Get rid of this because we know that both cameras are getting in there now because we have this. Let's see if our shader gets... Our shader is fine according to this. Weapon cam spawned. Oh, interesting. That's kind of it's kind of funny. This is kind of funny. I don't know why this is. Hey, buddy. I'm assuming that what these two have in common, being the cam forward, is that is giving us problems. But we also have this in our geometry shader, so that shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, if we have that in our geometry shader, then that shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a problem. Apparently changing this gave us issues. Could be this. It could be this indeed. Yeah, what you need to do is you need to do the same thing that we do for our weapon shader, which is separate it into X, Y, and Z, so that we have references to all of them. Oh, I see. No, I'm wrong. Actually, maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe this camera is the weapon. No, it can't be. No, this has to be the player. Yeah, this has to be the player. Okay, let's change our volumetric shader to match this convention. I don't want to spend all day on this going in circles. So let's get rid of view camera pause, and then let's bring up this weapon frag. Yes, so this is in here. And this is going to go to our volumetric frag. Instead of U camera pause, we're going to have this. So this is going to equal vec3 of already forgot the variable names. Okay, let's try this. I'm also going to change the music. Sorry if you were enjoying it, but I am going to change it off of Corelli because Corelli does end up getting on my nerves if you listen to it for too long. You know what I was listening to earlier? I kind of want to put it on again. Whatchamacallit? The Poulenc Organ Concerto. That's what I'm going to listen to. I was listening to this morning. Okay, so our fog is now working as I expected. What isn't working is our weapon cam, which is scary. Why is my weapon cam not working? It's definitely spawning it because of this, right? Actually, you want this to be -1. Yeah, that might actually be what it is. Hold on. I think I just thought of something here. That's what it is. If not set up, webcam returns 0. This was working before, so Maybe it's the pitch and the yaw that are... Maybe it's the pitch and the yaw. Yeah. Yeah, I see what's happening here. Okay, so target is the dir, which we get from the camera pitch. So we need proper pitch and yaw for the weapon cam. Okay, so I need to figure out the yaw for going completely in the Y direction, negative Y direction. How do I figure that out? We want to go 90 degrees to the right. So I'm wondering, is that positive? Okay, so let's try that. So cam, pitch also matters. We'd also make a boolean that just doesn't update the camera per frame, but I don't want to do that. Let's do this. The question is, what is my pitch convention? I'm not really sure. We might have to do some printouts for that. So let's just do yaw first. So this is, if I am understanding this right, mpi divided by 2. Maybe we'll just luck into it here. I want to print out my own camera pitch and yaw though. Just to see what the convention is, just so that I can... Yeah, this kind of wall of sound that Poulenc gets right here is insane. It's just one of the most beautiful parts of any piece of music to me, that right there. I've really never heard anyone use an organ like Poulenc did here. Da, 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 da. So the pitch is correct. The yaw is negative. Is negative. So that's what it is. Okay. Now this should be correct. Hopefully. We should see a weapon now. Okay, and no. Why? Shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. We make our matrices. What am I missing? What are we missing? Maybe it's that last component there. No, it's just, that's just Z up. The roll isn't doing anything. So yeah, that should be fine. Let's just try this. I'll assume that it goes to identity, but maybe not. Maybe I also have to normalize direction. Why don't I normalize direction? No, you don't. You don't. Don't need to. Huh, what am I not doing here that... Maybe it's literally the compute camera basis, but I'm not using the basis for anything, and the pitch isn't changing, and the yaw isn't changing. Let's see what the target is. Because if that isn't, if that isn't, if that isn't this, 0, -1, 0, then that's probably what it is. But I mean, the yaw is correct. Because I was looking in the -y direction and the yaw was correct. Let me see, is that -1? What is our weapon position? 25. 25 plus 12 plus 0.12 minus 1 is correct. Let me look at this again. 0.7. It's, wait a second, the Z looks, oh no, that was the other thing, yeah. 4.27 is correct. It's correct for that. Because we add this, yeah. I wonder if... Oh. Or make look at was never correct. Or make lookout was never correct. Interesting. If I hard code this target, it's gonna break our regular camera, but I just want to test this. If I set this to 0, -1, 0, does the weapon appear? Because if so, that's what the issue is. Yeah, my make lookout was incorrect, I think, in the first place. It makes sense. It makes sense to me. Yeah. Yeah. So my make lookout was never correct. So there's one of two things that I could do. I could get the signed angle to the origin if we want to keep this basis, but I don't think I do. Maybe you do. Maybe you want one basis for this. Oh, this is annoying though. Yeah, because basically my entire camera was off from the beginning and I didn't even notice it. And so if I was to fix it, how would I fix it? I'll just have to basically try different things out until something works. That sucks. That really sucks. Okay, let's do something really quick, actually. Let's open up Blender. Oops. So open up Blender. Let's go to this map. Let's see. This was facing here. So if I make this, let's see what it is like if I rotate it completely Y0. that's just 0Z. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Okay. So this would become 001 is where we're spawning in the weapon. God, this is going to be frustrating though. Yeah, you'd need to, if you set the yaw, you would have to basically set it signed angle between, oh, but we don't have, oh, how do we do this if it's in 3D? Oh gosh, oh gosh. Let's just follow the same convention on both sides. I could just make like an override basically for this. Like I could make an override that says like, if we have a certain flag, then we just don't update the camera in the same way. Like instead of having a make lookout, we just have a like with a proper target, we just have 010 or whatever. But I kind of want to get this right. For now, let's just actually set this to weapon. No, you can't set it to weapon pause. You have to add a bit. For now, let's just only add in the Y though. Let me try this. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the camera get the gun in it, but also have it follow the same convention as my other camera. Which is not easy, as you can see here. Is our model upside down? Why is it upside down? Let me see if flipping the X does something. Is the camera upside down or is the model upside down? The camera can't be upside down. No, nothing at all. What's the last argument to this function? It's offset. Okay, well that's the end of the concerto. Banger. Absolute banger. I'll just put on Brandenburg concertos. I'm assuming that this is... I wanted it facing negative y for whatever reason, but maybe we just don't face negative y and instead we face positive x. And then instead of this, we just set it to 0. This is confusing. Interesting. Facing down. There's no offset being applied anyway, but I should not be applying any rotation to it. I just wanted to import correctly, but maybe I have to export it again. Maybe I exported this dumb. Not sure, but not Y up. Do not go Y up. Maybe I exported it Y up. Wait, did I? I think I did set it to GLTF. Okay, good. Well, it's down. Huh. Well, if that's facing the, oh my gosh, this is annoying now. Yeah, this is just very frustrating. Okay, so let's add the what was the offset to there, and then add, let's just bring it back to what we had basically. This Y though is actually going to be negative. A lot of fidgeting today, it's annoying. Nothing. Oh my god. Let me see. How do I do cursor to world? Cursor to world origin, and then what if I set origin to 3D cursor? And now if I change my rotation, we should go this. I think that that's what you want now. Also, we have to make sure that we are absolutely not exporting anything else. Also, that's another thing. Visible renderable. If we are the thing is, it's facing in the Y direction. So if we want it to face positive X, we would have to do this, right? And then apply rotation. Now it's facing the X direction on import. So let's not rotate it this time. And let's not add any of this. I just kind of want to get something on the screen again. Still seems to be upside down. Also, it's not animating now. I don't think that exporting it Y up is the answer, not gonna lie. Man, this is annoying. Yeah, why is that not animating now? Let's see if we get an import error on my end. I don't see anything. Doing skin behavior found. I think I got rid of my animation checks. And now it's just sideways. Oh gosh. Let's try 90 degrees again, facing this direction. Since technically my engine is Y forward. Don't know why the animation isn't getting exported. Maybe because it's parented to armature and not... So it was upside down, and now it's... Is it upside down? I mean, what I'm more concerned about is the fact that it's not exporting animation. Like, that's kind of my number one concern right now. I'm gonna try just exporting this like this, just to make sure that I didn't break anything. Am I exporting to the right? Yeah, I am. I just don't understand, like, what it is apparently this is -90. Oh, also we have to set origin, origin to 3D cursor. Maybe I should have applied location here, but it shouldn't matter. This is -90. Apparently this is what the convention is, that apparently this is what turns it upside down, which is annoying because Blender, man, Blender. What? How much time spent this gun? It's really, it's not an issue with the gun. It's just Blender's stupid. It's just Blender's stupid. It's just Blender's stupid. Like, apparently I don't understand it. Like, changing this axis, I just don't know anymore. I just don't know anymore. It's also annoying that it's not animating anymore. Like, what? I have to do debug for that too. It's frustrating because I spend so much time on getting this correct, and now that I changed my camera convention, everything just breaks. So if that's upside down, let's think about this. Let's think about this before I lose my mind. So if that's upside down, that should be right side up, but it's not. It's not. It's not. That's a trick. Let's try this. I think it might be that. It's so weird because we don't have to do it with our model for the girl, for example. Like, for her, it's fine. And for this, it's not fine. Let me see her. Her rotation is 0, 0. Her rotation is literally what we... what we had. If rotation is the same, then why is it not the same? Like why it's facing the same exact direction. I don't know. Tried every single different convention. Tried every single combination. And it's just upside down. Am I absolutely sure that I'm not rotating it? No, that's false. This shouldn't be doing anything. Unless that is affecting it somehow. Spawn new asset instance, takes in the rotation override, and if the rotation override is false, then it just equals the root rotation, which is 0. We already tried this. We can try this, I guess. If I look at my convention for raycast against node hitbox, our Z is our axis X. So well, if that's the case, then you probably want to rotate on the Z-axis now. If Z is X, no, Z is Y. This shit is so confusing. My engine app location true or Blender location false. I'm trying to figure that out. It's probably not my engine. It's probably just Blender. Because every other asset loads in fine. It's just like this, for whatever reason now, is not loading in fine. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because I loaded in the same as I load in every other asset. See, I load in this. I load in this. It's the exact same. The only thing different is the scale. Unless, hold on. I just had an idea. What if the root is wrong? What if the root is wrong? What if the root is wrong? Okay, so hold on. Let me see what the root is. If it's getting the wrong root, then that would explain why it's rotated wrong. Yep, that's what it is. Okay. Oh my god, that's so oh my god. I spent like 20 minutes working on this just to figure out that I'm not going crazy. It's actually just this. It's actually just this. It's getting an empty root. That's what it is. What's annoying though is that I already tried exporting without that enabled. Maybe the one time I tried that, I also was rotating it in the engine though. No, name empty 007. As a root rhino. I mean, that feels a lot better, but it still doesn't make any sense. It's facing the same direction as the... Maybe I shouldn't trust it, and maybe the girl is wrong on import, though. Maybe it is just X forward. I think that fixed it, though. Now I have to figure out what's going on with the animations now. Yeah, this name coming back incorrect is definitely why. Why didn't that change it at all? Why didn't that change it at all? Hold on. What? Oh, okay. Okay, so when I apply the transform, I have to apply it to everything. Yeah, so now everything has a rotation of 0. Still isn't explaining though why we're getting a name of empty for the entity name. Oh god. We're getting something that we don't even export as the entity name. Oh my god. Dude, like I'm gonna flip out, man. I'm gonna flip out. Oh, man. Dude, give me a break. Give me a break, man. Okay, let's... Before I lose my mind here, let me check the GLTF itself. Now let me look at this. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Okay, we need to go to where I import my GLTFs, and we need to... Why have I used C instead of Python? Because C is a language that performs good, and game engines need to perform good. Where do I get the... See, I'm getting a... This is annoying also, that this debug, we have to get rid of this. We have to get rid of this right now. I don't even know why she's pathing to me. She should not be moving. Oh, actually, this is... Oh, this is during shooting, actually. This is during raycast against node hitbox. That's what all of this is. Fucking Christ, dude. We need to take a closer look at this. Okay, so let's compare that to this. Let's rename this armature. The only difference is that my root bone is called bone, but it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Because the acid root still gets set to Rhino. This doesn't matter actually. This isn't the case, because if I go to entity here, I didn't fix the seg fault. Whatever. God damn it. Okay. Okay, maybe the animation has something to do with it. Maybe we should investigate the animation. Yeah, let's take a look at the skin actually. And how does this compare to skins here? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Oh my god. It's the same exact thing. let's take a look at what I'm searching when I search for animations. I also could just be, I never fix this. This is just basically a go-to. Yeah. I can't believe that I'm debugging this again. Like, I'm debugging something that worked fine for so long and now it's not working. Like, match found. If the match was found, node ID goes to root ID. And root ID is what I use. Root ID is what I use. Oh. Wait, maybe it's because the gun doesn't have a skin ID. Maybe it's because the gun doesn't have a skin ID, which I do during, right. Wait, but that should still give a, that should still give a... Because we loaded in here before we generated our render groups. It finds the animations fine. That's what this means. It finds it fine. And when I search for the animations, find animation with the skin and the instance ID. I want to see what this gives me. Didn't I just print something out? Didn't I just print something out that it's not here? Wait a second. No, I didn't. I thought that was it. Okay, so gosh, okay. That's uh. So it finds the animation fine. It's God, what? Hold on a second. Is the wait a second. No, I'm not being stupid. I think I figured out what it is. What all of these errors are. It's getting the wrong skin ID. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think I just figured it out. So and instance ID. The instance ID has to be wrong. The instance ID has to be wrong. And that is, where is that? New asset instance. Spawn new asset instance. This is asset ID. Asset ID. Which gets set on here. Asset ID. Global's instance UID count. Instance UID, I have a printout for this. That would be the only thing that makes sense, is that it's getting the wrong skin or asset ID. Let me do debug here. Asset render group count. I think I just had, oh, this is confusing actually. Okay. Okay, so this is a really tricky one. Basically we have, the reason why this isn't working, I think, is because our gun has multiple materials, possibly. And therefore it's getting the wrong joint matrices or something. No, let's not clog or debug yet. See, it submits it twice. Somewhere we have the wrong thing. Somewhere, like somewhere we made a mistake. Even though we're getting the correct name here. And our skin seems correct. What do I use the entity ID for? I use it for uModel. But it's definitely the joint matrices that are wrong because it's not showing the animation. Let's try to see if we get in here. So we're definitely binding. Wait, this does give me the instance. Okay. Okay, well, with that, I should be... So what I'm trying to print out here is... I'm trying to see... if, for some reason, we don't have a parent. We don't have a root node for... the gun. Oh. Well, this is definitely not good. I didn't realize that at all. I was nested looping eyes. I was nested looping with the same variable name, which is really not good, obviously. I can't believe I didn't catch that before now. But yeah, I obviously caught it because this I was an insanely big number. But we did see some... Yeah, we do get a node without parent for one. We do get it. So we are updating the nodes. Let's try to see if we are playing the animation, I guess. I think we already have a printout that says that we're playing the animation though. Oh gosh. Is there a reason why I had this setup weapon cam here? Probably... I mean, I hope not. Let's see, assign UVO data. Let's make sure that that gets a proper ID. So this index plus equals 1, yeah. And yeah, this is correct. Okay, let me see if this comes back. Yeah, so basically what I checked here is that we are updating our nodes because yeah, that's what I feared, is that we are playing the animation, but we aren't seeing anything happen. Now I'm kind of wondering if there's something that I did that was really stupid that broke all of this, because the only thing that I can think of left is that the joint count is 0, which obviously it isn't. Because we can go here and we see that this has a joint count. But I suppose that we can do a printout just to see. Unless the bones aren't like parented correctly. I want to see the node number too, actually. Yeah, we may have just like lucked into the correct thing all of the other times when we imported, and now joint count 7. That's correct. And without parent 15. 15 would put us at which node? And what is this 31? I'm not at the nodes, but I would assume that that's 31. Yeah, this is 31. Wait, but is that correct? Don't you want this? Hold on a second. This goes to 7. It doesn't make sense why it works for this. Unless this is... Oh, this is probably parented. 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, it is parented. Okay, well that would be why. Wait, but this is the root. Hold on a second. The difference that I'm seeing here is that the root shouldn't have translation applied to it, I think. Whatever the root bone is. I'm trying to see. Name bone. Bone location is set in local space. Could that be it? I don't understand. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree here, to be honest. Let me see. This bone also has this root. God, I'm so confused. I mean, we're just going to print out the matrices, I guess. This is kind of overkill, but trying to look at anything I might have changed in the shader. What would make sense for us to get out of this is basically all of our joints for our gun skin at 0. That would make sense based on our output. Yeah, so that's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting completely. They just have identity to them. It's just identity. Yeah, I don't know how to debug this without literally just printing everything out. Gosh, this is really insane. Let's make sure that the animation is getting the same instance ID. I would assume. Assume that yeah, it's the same thing. Unless the asset render groups aren't correct. Okay, let's check this. So printf assigning, submitting the skin to render group. And then we can check this on the other side. Here. Our skin name joint count. And then our render group. I'm not 100% sure if that index is reliable, but I'm down to see. That would kind of make sense. Oh no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't make sense because these matrices are still not. These matrices are still all identity. So this can't be it. The matrices are all identity. Yeah, that's not the correct. This isn't the correct. I did this wrong. This is not supposed to be I. It's supposed to be G index. Yeah, this is not it though. This is not it. This is not it. Yeah, so we are submitting to the right render group. Okay, maybe I just want to print this out. Why is this not included? No definition found? What are you talking about? No definition found. What are you talking about? This is in the header file. This is in the header file. Do I just not include that into this? Dude, this is insane. This is insane. We have a bunch of matrices here that we're printing out. That, what? What are you talking about? These are not identity, and they come out identity. They come out identity, like what? Oh, wait. Yeah, I may have been doing something dumb here. I may have been printing something out wrong. Wait, hold on a second. No, I think I was being dumb. I think I was being fucking stupid. I think I was just being dumb, and actually these do get in fine. I just was printing out. Wait, no. Wait, what? Unless I'm printing out. Let me check this. This will. My inverse bind matrix is wrong. Oh shit. How is that incorrect? My inverse bind matrix. Yeah, this is as expected. See, this is. What? So basically, when I multiply by the IBM for each node, I'm getting an identity back, which means that it's not moving at all. That's what that means. Let me see what it said here. Yeah. Okay. 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 Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, let's just do it here because this is recursive. Let me make sure that we're not printing out anywhere else. I don't think that we are anymore. Oh, God, this is so weird. This is like so weird. It's so weird because it's executing the animation. It's touching the exact same nodes as all of the skin joints. Yeah, so this is correct. I think I fucked my model up. I think that's what it is. I think I fucked my model up. That's like the only thing that could possibly make sense to me is that I fucked the model up. I'm just going back to a earlier version of the model. And I'm gonna try this out. Yeah. Earlier version of the model. Yeah. Man, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I definitely think I messed something up when I was rotating it around. Yeah. So what is different about this model? Than our current model? Apparently the other gun has these numbers. So I'm gonna try to copy over, I guess. Yeah, this still works. Why does this work? Maybe it's the origin? Can I see the origin of this? I don't think that changing it to the exact same thing is going to do anything, though. Because it's just the origin is wrong now. The origin is not the same as... Oh, fuck. I exported it to the wrong location. I don't understand why that one works and this one doesn't. The inverse bind matrices are just either not correct or something. This is working now. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, you win. You win. I give up. I give up. Okay. It works. I'm so mad that that was the solution to all of this was I thought I was gonna have such a good day today. Yeah, so oh, this is supposed to be plus. Okay, so what apparently happened was me changing the origin of that model broke it, and it was a problem with the model and not my engine the entire time. It's upside down. At this point, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. At least the animations work again, but we still have this issue where it's not importing with the right direction. Wait, if that's... Wait, if that... Wait, what? Then why is it... Wait, what? No. Okay. So, hold on. So... If I set the rotation to quaternions, does it just fix everything or not? I doubt that it's going to fix everything. I think I just had like a moment though where I understood it. So this, it was here and then it turned into here. Or was it here? Wait, what? It was upside down this way, right? And then it went this way. So that was when we flipped the X. So if we want to do this, then we have to flip the Z 180. But what are you talking about? Oh my god. It's just correct in every other orientation. It's... Oh my god, I'm just really dumb. This isn't upside down. This is the correct way. I just... Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's just me being dumb, actually. It looks like... Wait, hold on, is this minus? If I'm looking negative, then... the X is plus. Because we want to shift it to the right. Okay. Wow. How many hours did I waste on this? Like an hour and a half at least on this? Oh my god. That's so annoying. Okay, so yeah, apparently the model broke and it wasn't anything with my engine. And I was like so confused and printing all the stuff out. And it turns out that it had nothing to do with any of it. So that's cool. That's really fun. Whatever, man. Whatever. I'm just getting rid of all this debug. What else did I want to work on today? Oh god, this got derailed so bad. This got derailed so bad. I'm gonna play some Ravel. Okay, this got derailed so bad. What else did I need to work on today? Right, the whole UI system, redoing the UI system was what I was going to do. Okay, now that that's working and we have cameras, I kind of wanted to try the camera translation thing now. I kind of wanted to see if that worked. I have an idea about this, so we can go into test follow and set the camera translate to the position of the entity. Do we have this? Yeah, we do have this. So if cam transforming, if not transforming, or actually, yeah, we can just set a transform. So true cam position dest is going to be the ent position cam forward dest equals oh, actually this is a vec3. Okay. Max dist test is going to equal we can do 0.1f should be fine. Max turn dest I want to do much smaller because this is in radians. We need to make a function that transforms our camera. Update all global cameras. We go for the camera count. If cam transforming, then transform camera cam. Okay. Okay, so now the player camera should move. Okay, that, I think it worked. It's just very, very, very fast. We can try making it super. We can try like something like this. Also, we should be going to not end position, but we always want our camera to be obviously at player height. So going to do that. I think that this is working though. God, yeah, I've been live 4 hours and so much of it was just BS. Okay. So, obviously, I'm trying to see if we're turning. We're going to where she originally was. I don't see our camera turning though. Maybe it's already in the orientation that she starts in, actually. I wonder why we go through the floor at the end. Oh, we need to do cam transforming equals false. Okay, so now we still fall through at the end. So I think Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me try something different here. Let me try to just remove this. Maybe it's too small. Yeah, I saw it happen there. Where we move, our camera moved. Okay, so we are getting attracted to the position. We just aren't. Now our camera isn't getting set to the correct. Yeah, of course our yaw is always going to be... Actually, yeah, that's true. It should be... Shouldn't it be this? Probably. I didn't really realize that the music was so loud, sorry. Okay. So we are now mirroring her. Supposedly. It's hard to kind of tell because she is behind me. It is impossible to face her. Okay, this does seem to be working like I wanted it to. So now basically if you were in combat with like a party or whatever, then your camera would basically like swap to them, which is why I have this functionality. See this like... You obviously would move a lot, you know, a lot faster, but... Anyway, okay, so that's working now. Cool. Let's remove this now. Let's not do this anymore. Okay, so UI designing. Something that was super cursed for us to do. So I think my idea was good for this. So I had this menu that I made, which so this is gonna have a path, right? that it loads from, that it loads a JSON from, and it loads the elements in the text boxes for a menu. We could technically load it in real time, but I kind of forgot how we left the UI system, to be honest. I think the way that we were blending the UI is going to have to change. I think it's a good idea to have a min here, just so that it doesn't get too dark. And I'm thinking, oh, the reason why we couldn't do this. I think the reason why we couldn't do this is because of the text. Because the text has to have a low alpha. So technically we could put the text on its own separate frame buffer. That is something that we could do. For now, let me just play around with the UI stuff just to remember where we were at with it. Just to remember where we were at with it. Okay, so I don't remember this at all, where we were at with the UI stuff. Oh, I did min instead of max. Oh. Well, I'm stupid. Whatever. So if I go to make element, does this still work? Or selection doesn't seem to be working. Okay, so that's the first thing to fix, is why that isn't working. The relevant code for that is in here when we click. I feel like probably we just aren't taking yeah, all of this is commented out for some reason. I don't really remember why we commented all of it out. I don't remember why we commented it all out, but I'm going to comment it all in again. Why is last mpause not a thing? Oh, it's globals.last mpause. I think when I was working on something just for debug purposes, I commented this out and then I never touched it again. Yeah, I think that there was a storm stream actually where we were working on this, and then I basically tore up all of this code searching for some bug that that didn't exist because it was in a completely different part of the code. And then I never touched any of this code again. Okay, so our UI selection doesn't work, but our huh. Okay. So our get from chords is wrong. Or our last mpause isn't getting updated. Maybe it isn't a thing, our last mpause thing. Yeah, we disabled that for some reason. Okay, well that's why that wasn't working. Let me go change this again. This is supposed to be max. Should also reintroduce the debug shader that shows the wireframe around the... Oh. Oh, this is interesting. Huh. Yeah, the UI is basically just covering the screen now, but whatever. So now I'm obviously selecting correctly. Okay, that's good. And changing the text works as expected. Text size works. If I delete elements, it works. Moving works. Make element. Change this text. change this text. Okay, so all of that works. Now let's go here. We actually can't see anything because of my dumb person brain. I don't know why I'm lagging out here. It's annoying. Yeah, I'm just checking the code for this. I want to check if the UI element stuff still works, because now we know that the text works fine. And then after that, I want to revisit our JSON, save UI to JSON. God, looking back at this, it's just so crazy. All of this code is so insane, like unhinged. Jesus. Okay, so I'm just trying to remember how this works. Yeah, our resolution switching doesn't work, but I'm just looking at this. Kind of confused why that action ID doesn't show up. I also don't really remember how the whole hrez things works. I think that this UI system works fine as long as we yeah, I remember this. This was funny. God, this is so loud actually. The dynamics are crazy on these recordings, sorry. We can't see our selection anymore, which is a problem. So yeah, I have to remember how I was doing the selection for these. I think it was a wireframe. Hey Arya. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. I was so dumb. Dude, I spent like 2 hours on this bug that I realized later wasn't even a bug. It was just that I was toying around with the model and I broke the origin point. So I was like, why aren't the animations working? And I would was printing out every matrix inside of my engine. And then I realized, oh, my model was just broken. Which was really kind of killed the mood, to be honest. It ruined my day. I hope you're doing good though. If I save loadout and load loadout, interesting. So yeah, I'm back to UI stuff because I kind of want to make like a combat system. What's with the angsty music? It's just Ravel. It's the best of Ravel. Do you not like it? I can change it. Angsty is a funny way to... Interesting. Okay, so the aspect ratio is off for saving and loading. Let's test this with our with these buttons as well. The buttons appear to work fine. It's the text that is shifting over. It's alright, it's just probably not helping with my mood. You're so right, actually. You're so right. Oh my gosh. The lag is insane. Okay, I have to tab out of YouTube before it breaks my computer. Okay, we have to change the vibe. You're so right, actually. You're so right, actually. I've been listening to classical this morning, and now it's only classical in my For You page. So, it's literally only classical. Ah, but the Ardrich. Okay, this is less edgy, but it still is classical. Okay, so it appears that our text boxes or specifically not scaling correctly when we load. Or when we save. I don't really know which one. I mean, this looks fine. Unless they don't, unless we changed it and they don't start from start anymore, which I guess is possible. I don't really remember this code at all. So, no, I mean, it starts from start. It should start from start. Should start from start. And UI width and UI height. You know what? I'm kind of interested to see what the engine looks like at this. To be honest, I haven't changed that in a while, just to take a look at it, what it looks at a higher resolution. I wonder why it's just the text boxes that aren't. Because I do them in the same function. Let me see how I save them. Don't I? Yeah, so I scale it to the where's the start? Do I not? Do I not serialize the start? Well, that would be why. Wait, but what? So I just use center. Well then that's probably just it, is that we're scaling the start and not the center. Okay, this is still pretty edgy. This is edgier than I remember it, to be honest. God, there actually is like a bit of lag at this resolution. Oh, I think I think I know why. It's because our fog isn't downscaled anymore. Anyway. Oh, I didn't fix the UI blend mode, which is what I wanted to do. Whatever. So I go save load. Oh my god, it still doesn't work. What? Why not? Maybe it's because I'm... I think when I draw text boxes, I only use the center. I don't use the start. Or maybe I use the start. I don't remember this at all. Lag. This is like incredible lag. My computer is dying. Stop. Stop, please. Okay. Is it that we forget to determine text box dimensions? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I have to serialize the start instead of the center and then find the center again. Because this also finds... Yeah, add text box to draw buffer. Does this goes from the start, doesn't it? Yeah, it goes from the start. Okay, well, then it doesn't really make sense for us to be serializing the center, does it? So I'm going to change our this is going to be start instead, because center doesn't matter when we can call determine text box dimensions. And then let's just iterate through them and then determine the dimensions. I think that's what we do here. I think we already resolved the callbacks though. Yeah, we resolve the callbacks in here. You also kind of want to decouple this, I think, so that when we load a JSON, we don't just overwrite all of our UI elements. You kind of want to have the ability to have multiple menus at once. So interesting. Okay, now save and load works, but they started off in a different position. I thought that those were hard-coded. I'm also going to change this back. I thought that those were hard-coded. Unless we're loading a JSON and I load UI. No, it's initialized default UI, pretty sure. Initialize default UI, and this is hard-coded. Oh, this is this. Yeah, okay, so this should fix it. So now we need to replace our highlights. I want to get our highlight wireframes again happening for this stuff, and I don't remember how that works at all. I literally don't remember at all. Add hovered text box to UI buffer. Non-hovered counter. I think we got rid of this. Non-hovered counter gets set here. Add hovered. Yeah, I stopped doing this apparently. I think it's time to bring this back so that I can actually see the edits that I'm making. Apparently this was changed since I made this, so now I'm thinking maybe this is... Yeah, I moved it here. But then I commented it out again. Hmm. Oh, but I didn't change this apparently. I have way too many buffers open. Where is this function? Here, apparently. I see what I was doing here. I was just adding it basically as an extra UI element on top of the buffer. How do I get the buffer? Render group, material, element material ID. I see. I see. So us not having a material ID here is actually a big problem. Let's not worry about it for now. Just do it as red. This should work as long as our hovered element gets a material ID. Which we can get here. Add hovered UI element to draw buffer. Okay. So we find a mat ID and then hovered element. Oh. I'd feel better if it was UI mat ID, I think. But yeah, apparently we do copy the element, so we should already have it. But yeah, it makes sense to go back to it because yeah. So this function isn't going to work though, obviously. Also, UI buff isn't a thing. That's why I probably got rid of this, is because it doesn't work if UI buff isn't a thing. Yeah, what you need to do is you just need to yeah, I think what you probably need to do is you need to yeah, you obviously get rid of this. Wait, you're still on it? That's crazy. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get stuff done. I haven't really gotten a lot of stuff done today, so that's why. That's why I'm still here. Honestly, you know what I'm debating doing? Like, is just screw all of this and put it on a separate material. That would honestly make my life so much easier right now if I just did that. And so that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm just gonna make a new material called UI debug. And it's gonna make my life so much easier. If I can find where our UI is. Is it really all the way down here? It is. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste this. And this will be 15. Yeah, I know, I need to write this Q sort. I know. There we go. Okay. So this is going to be called UI debug. It's going to have a shader called UI debug, I think, and its layout. Honestly, we can just do the layout of tile, which is the same as our hitboxes. Okay, so now I need to make a new shader. What the hell are all these uniforms? I don't like the look of this. I don't think that we need any of this. I don't think that we need any of that because all that SDF stuff isn't being used. Yeah. All we need is uortho and vcolor. God, I swear, making, like, the editor and, like, the editor things is, like, 99% of the engine. Like, the rest of it is so easy. Okay, so I need to make that, I need to make a new, vertex layout. Even though I kind of don't want to. Honestly, no, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just going to reuse this, and it's gonna be this. And we will just make it a vec2 every time. I need to make sure though that I'm remembering this correctly and that tile is 3 and 3. Okay. So we have to make a new shader now. To find the UI shader. Also, we do have view time just because okay, now we have the shader and the material. Now all we have to do is write data into it. So the way this is going to look is we will how do I do this on the other side? Hey Sans from Undertale, how are you? I have an example code for this where I do my wireframes. Trying to remember where it is though. Remember where it is. So write debug, write node hitbox wireframe. We called it wireframe vertex. Did I do it in line? I don't think I did it in line. I think I made it a real thing. Yeah, I did. Okay. So that's what we will do. Okay, so wireframe vertex. I'm making a horror game where you have to look into always, and if you see something you hide, that's pretty awesome. Point and click is awesome too. I have definitely played my fair share of point and click horror. Oh. Running low on brain power today, for sure. No, you don't want to do that. Just reduce this to 6. Okay. So now we are going to make this a vec3 because it's the point, and the issue is that our global highlight color is we're just gonna hard code this. Let's be completely real here. Our highlight color is a vec4. Should the name be? It's in Scratch. You can see my game in a second. Yeah, I want to finish this and compile it. I have a lot of videos on my channel about my engine. Yeah. I do have to. I want to finish this though. What should the name be? I don't really know. Maybe something to do with the name of the enemy, or the monster, whatever is chasing you. Okay, so we are going to call copy to draw buffer. What we have to do is get the render group though, which is important. And we're going to get the render group. I get the render group outside of the... Yeah, I do this. I do this. Okay. Let's just do this. I don't think we need any of this, of course. We just need the render group G. I think we also want to clear it. We can just clear it from scratch every frame. It doesn't really matter. Oh, it does kind of matter because you want to have... Yeah, you probably don't want to do this. You probably want to actually have a resize draw buffer for it. Okay, so this should work as is. The issue is that it's going to infinitely resize the draw buffer because we need to basically clear it every frame. But it should work as is. This is in UI.h add. Yeah, so don't care about this anymore. We aren't going to care about that anymore. I just have to do it. Okay. So the hover text box should be working. Resize draw buffer, yeah. Yeah, you do need to, I think you need to clear it every frame now. Also, this is going to be UI. Okay. The issue is that you can't do that anymore. I'm going to iterate the hovered element. Honestly, we can actually just do the element. This is tough. The thing is, every element is going to have an outline. You technically always want the outer though, but I don't know if this is going to give us like seg faults or bugs or whatever. I'm not really sure. We also have to get a scratch buffer here. We have to get a scratch buffer for wireframe vertex. Let's just call it vert actually this isn't going to be this. I think that this is counter times 2. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of locked in here, trying to figure this out. Music. This mix is always a welcome addition. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to basically GL lines this, so I'm not really worried about it at all. We do need to copy from add Harvard text box. We need to copy this code. And I also need to get this. Okay, so we have both of these functions that now should be. When can I see game? In a sec. Hold on. I'm finishing this up real quick. Let me make sure that we're calling this correctly. Okay. Now we want to clear that. Hold on. This is only on rebuild. We want to actually... We want to actually be doing this on mouse movement. So that's what I'm going to be working on. We need to do this on update editor input mouse motion. Yeah, I had this here actually. Okay, now all I have to do is clear it. Yeah, for now let's just clear it from within here, actually. That's fine. It's fine to clear it. Oh, it was in here. Do I have this? Looks like not. Right node wireframe. This is where this was. Yeah. So we will just clear it once a frame. Add hovered. Okay. Alright. I'm going to give this a compile. I'm not really sure if we're gonna segfault or not, but it's worth a shot. Invalid size unsorted. Ah. Actually, not sure if that is... Oh, yeah, it might be because of, First of all, it might be because of this. I didn't really... It should be 22. And... This is obviously 22. I forgot to do that. I'm not sure if that's what the issue is. Could definitely be. Okay, it looks like we are good to go. If you're still here, this is what the game is. Okay, now I'm not getting any UI. God, why am I not getting any UI? Oh, I'm probably drawing over it. Probably drawing over it. I'm getting a GL error. Okay, so clear color equals false. That's what that was bugging out with. Our A color is a vec3. Easiest way to fix this is just to go this. Okay. Hopefully that's why we were getting a GL error. Not anything else. I've got to get rid of all this debug printouts. Okay, we have UI again. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything. So I either set this up wrong or something else. Yeah, let's get rid of all of this. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Search for material UI debug. That's correct. We're not getting no UI mat found, right? No, I don't think so. So we find it. Just not drawing anything. Did I set up the debug shader right? It's the exact same as the UI shader, so that seems correct to me. It might have just been that. Yeah, I think it was that. Oh, also this is supposed to be GL lines. That was supposed to be GL lines. So you see that? Hmm. My winding seems incorrect on these. On the text boxes, that is. Should probably take a look at that. But what I'm more concerned about is yeah. Okay, so 2 bugs to work on. The outer outline should not be triangulated. Absolutely not. Oh, byte size equals layout vertex size. Oh, that's why. This is layout vertex size times 24 when it should be. That. Yeah, I forgot to change the byte size. Then our winding on this seemed incorrect. So I wonder why width and height are divided by 2. First of all, but yeah, it appears like this wasn't GL lines because obviously this should be 8. I was right about that. So it should be AB. Then I think you can go BD. Yeah, this is the way we should be doing it. And then DC. And then CA. That should be it. I'm not sure about this though. Like, why is... I'm not sure about that. strange that it doesn't go around the last edge. Looks like it's just missing the last one. Oh, it's because I didn't loop around. I didn't loop around. Okay, so all of this seems to be working now in terms of our hovered. It is getting the width of the text box though, which I don't know if you like care really, but yeah, I mean. Okay, so let's fix this hovered UI element. Let's fix this. Isn't it? I think it's this, right? Is what you want? Okay, there we go. Oh. Am I dumb? Like, why? This should be such a simple thing. Oh, it's because I didn't do the Y. That's why. Okay. Alright, so all this works now. So we have our wireframes back. For our hovered, what you also want to do is add selected though to the buffer. Did I have add selected? I just had add selected UI points, but not add selected UI element. I find it strange that I didn't have that. I thought I did. But okay, now that we have this, we probably want that though. That would be good quality of life to have. So let's just make that a standalone function. we can probably just take the box straight from editor config dot selected text box is 0. There was a reason for that, but now there isn't. If editor config dot selected text box count less than or equal to 0, or there isn't a buffer, then we will return out of this. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty much the same exact thing. We'll just do a different color for this. Yeah, so let's just do like whatever, a different color for this. Yeah. Now we can't free it though, every frame. We'll figure that out in a second. It's going to be very, very similar. It's just going to, we're going to also check the same thing here. If editor config dot selected element count less than or equal to 0, or we don't have a buffer, then we will return out of this. We just want to get the first UI element because bulk editing really isn't a thing anyway. I thought it would be a thing, but it's kind of no point in it. Okay, so let's make sure to do this with a different color. Let's make sure we're not freeing any of these anymore once a frame. We need to clear this once a frame, and I think what we're gonna do is just hard code it. It's just literally a hard code this. we're gonna make a function called void clear UI debug buffer, and it's going to just do exactly that. And we're gonna add all of this to header. Hey, what's up? 1984. What's up? I actually have to call those functions, believe it or not. I wonder if you just want to write this right into the render loop. I mean, yeah, I think I just want to write these straight into the render loop. So if our player.selection state is UI selection, or no, you just want to do this UI selection, then you want to write selected. What did I just call this? Add. I called it add. Add UI element. Add add selected UI element to UI buffer. There we go. Text box selection, we want to add selected text box to UI buffer. We can also add hovered. Just to keep it all in one place, it kind of just makes sense. Was that a LAN party friends hosted over the weekend? Gave away my Commodore 64. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Kind of like my Macintosh G3. Oh, it broke? How did it break? That sucks. That really sucks. That really sucks. That really does suck. Clear UI debug buffer. That will get called once a frame as a money pit. And a new retro computer money pit. That was cool that you traded though. Commodore 64, that's awesome. I don't have any of those retro computers. I bet that they're a lot of fun to work on though. Okay. Works as expected. Nice. Cool. I don't know what the line on top of the screen is. Now, what is that about? Well, did not trade it. Got the G3 for free. There's no agreement involved. It's not fun when you show your friends your software you wrote and all you get is, oh, cool. I mean, can relate. Can relate for sure. It's only with text boxes. What the heck? It's flashing yellow too. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I do not get it. Hey Sans. What's up? Okay. I got kind of bigger fish to fry than this right now, than worrying about this, but I also just kind of want to get this done. Add selected, add hovered text box, draw buffer. I'm not doing something stupid here, am I? Oh. That would be what I'm doing stupid there. I'm writing out of bounds. Well, not writing out of bounds. I had the wrong byte size. It's 8, not 24. Yep. Okay. Can I release it on VR? I'm not really sure about what VR takes. Programming is probably the most unappreciated skill by normal people. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like to be honest, when I talk to normal people about programming stuff, it goes completely over their head. So they made a character in the game. Can it do anything? It fires bullets and has hitboxes, so that we can shoot at it. But I think the hitboxes, we're gonna get rid of it because I want to do turn-based combat anyway. But yeah, it is a thing. Okay, so our text boxes are pretty much done. But what I'm gonna do now is make menus. Yeah. So basically what's gonna happen here is you have a path, right? Which is a path to a JSON that we load in, and then the menu gets stored here, and then this is your UI elements for that menu. And then of course when you press escape or whatever, the menu goes away. But yeah, I'm not really sure. I think you probably just want an array of these, and then maybe a flag. saying that this menu is active or not. We can probably just initialize those at initialization. It would be very simple to just make an array of menus and not really worry about the logistics of it right now. Is this an FPS? Are you gonna add abilities? It was supposed to be an FPS. Now I'm thinking it's gonna be like a first-person shooter RPG. Is there any good JSON model exporters for Blender? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, GLTF is technically JSON, kind of, but I wouldn't know about that. I've never used like actual JSON for it. So I think maybe we just want to make an array of these and then just like not even worry about it. We do want to make our save. That's where it's kind of annoying. Is because yeah. Right now when we save a UI layout, it saves literally all of our UI elements, which is not what we want. We want to only save certain UI elements and certain text boxes. And I'm trying to think how we're going to do that. And I add an animation where eyeball appears in the player's hand. That's cool. That's a cool idea. That sounds sick. I'm not sure if that sounds pretty complicated to do. That sounds like a cool mechanic, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking like editor side. How do I want to save these? Like right now I have it so that UI selection and text box selection is separate. And so even if I did like a shift select so that you could select every UI element that's a part of whatever menu you're saving, there's still two separate things. So yeah, that kind of sucks that they're separate. Let me actually check here if our shift select for UI elements and text boxes works properly. Oh yeah, I'll show off the entity hitboxes. You see? So she has hitboxes all around her that are like close to her skin. It is kind of hard to get between the legs, but you can get between the legs. what the hitboxes look like. Oh, I didn't fix that seg fault. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. It's apparently a string length NK assertion fail. Or not an NK assertion, this is actually just string length. Yeah, so I don't know why that is happening. But yeah, I have to fix that. What am I making this in? My own game engine. Okay. So, are you cool? Thanks. So I was gonna try to shift select. Does this still work? I'm not actually sure since I'm only adding. I only add the first one. I mean, technically you could just like shift select everything, right? And then, but yeah, it's so sketchy. That's so sketchy. Yeah, maybe we add another field here for the menu. Because yeah, this ID is for the name of the buttons itself. Have I released it? My engine? No. I'm not sure if I'm gonna release it. I probably will put like a demo build out at some point just to see kind of what people do with it. I think that would be fun. But I want it to be stable before I do that. Why is this not changing? Oh, yeah, that's why. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I kind of forget how all this stuff works in terms of the editing, the UI editing, because I haven't worked on this stuff in a long time. Okay, so what we will do then is we will add in our UI editing nuclear menu, we will add, I think it's here, yeah, it's here. We will add a new buffer to write in. It's always annoying when you do this because, by the way, my friend paid me like 200 USD for the Quake 2 source modifications. First and probably the last time you get paid to program. Yeah. I feel that. I don't get paid to program, obviously. That's kind of a dream of mine, but yeah. Let's just have this a thing. Let's also bring this down to 15. It doesn't need to be this big. So next we want, this is going to be menu ID, which is what menu this button belongs to. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making a basically a buffer to write in the nuclear menu. I have to remember how to do this though. We have something where we check basically all of the buffers to see if our keyboard needs to be locked. Our elements need a new... God, adding on to the struct feels so bad, by the way, because, yeah, as you see, this UI element struct is cursed, man. It's so cursed. Is what it is, though. How do you remember what everything is going down the line? To forget how my own code works. I mean, I feel that I do the same thing. I spend a long time, like earlier today, I spent a long time fixing bugs that, like, honestly, it was just me not understanding my own code base. This file that I'm in right now is 5,000 lines. I haven't touched this in like 2 months, so that's why I'm kind of like lost right now. So where do we check the flags? Where do we check all of the flags? We check them at the end, at the very end. Yeah, here. So every time, by the way, you... Nuclear is so scuffed, by the way. Like, I don't even want to talk about why you have to have this. This is how you check if you need to have your keyboard, basically, activated. So this is how we check if you're currently typing into a text box in Nuclear. Yeah, it's really, really dumb. Bug seems to be code that do the things you want, but also do the things you did not intend for it to do. Yeah. Tell me about it. That is the story of my life. So our text is going to be the same thing. We need... Where's the ID flag for this? Oh, wait. Wait, yeah, you can keep this. Hold on. We need to separate these better. The thing for this is definitely it's the worst feeling when you press U instead when you press U instead of I in Helix. Just the worst feeling in the world. Yeah, let's just do this. Make the menu a bit cleaner, because I currently really think it's incredibly ugly, the thing. And now let's do this. So I don't think, to be honest, we need this extra thing. It's just confusing. I'm using ChatGPT to make a 3D shooter. Hey, that's chill. That is floating the boat, some would say. I wish I could just make a game. I mean, making a game in like Unity is pretty straightforward. If I was to go back and like to when I was like a teenager or whatever, and I would probably make more games. Okay, so oh my god, I got rid of the button that changes the text. Oh my god, that's so bad actually. I'm going to undo everything to get that back. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I deleted a piece of code that I was really not supposed to delete. Okay, there we go. Gorilla Tag fan game. I'm not familiar. I'm on a pretty bad laptop too, actually, believe it or not. Okay, so that should set up a menu ID. We also need to serialize this, of course. Oh wait, why is this? My dumbass. Where do I have? Okay, yeah. So let's just do this. So we're gonna serialize the menu ID. And then on the load, we will also Okay. Now we just need to do the same thing for text boxes. Okay. Then when we load in our text boxes, where is this? Oh, also this is... Are we competing in who is the crappiest laptop again? I think I would definitely win this. Why can I not? Why was it not letting me do that? Oh, I have caps lock on, that's why. Hopefully this doesn't cause any bugs. I'm just kind of changing this because it makes more sense for it to be this than an array. Okay. We should also be doing the same thing for text here, by the way. We're kind of lazy here, I guess. I didn't even notice this. But yeah, this should also be error checking here. Yeah, because if you have a messed up JSON, then you just crash there. If you don't have this. Okay. So, did I do this correct? I think I did this correct. By the way, I noticed that my Linux Mint was very slow on my Xeon from 2012. By default, Mint runs power saves. Interesting. And 3D stuff, yeah, so I don't run it in performance mode because then my fan goes crazy. Like, you could probably hear my fan going crazy. Yeah. I think that, honestly, my laptop is just really bad. Like, idle power draw remained the same. Anyway, on older Intel stuff, it seems the CPUs didn't boost. Interesting. Oh, thanks for the sub. I appreciate that. So, hopefully this works now. So now we have menu IDs. You know, something else I noticed was that we weren't actually whatchamacallit, locking our keyboard during this is why we weren't locking our keyboard, because we don't actually lock our keyboard here. The thing is, I have everything just under one thing here. So what you want to kind of do is just like go keyboard locked. Right, like this is what you kind of want to do. But the thing is, yeah, it can get janky. It can get janky, but let's just do that. Power draw with C6 enabled power save and performance, same idle consumption. Power save is just bad. Yeah, it is bad. Power save is pretty bad. I don't use power save, but I've one of these 2 GPU laptops, and I pretty much only use the internal GPU. Like I don't use the performance mode because that puts everything on the NVIDIA GPU. Okay, so now we should have, yes, this menu is a lot cleaner now without all of that nonsense. So now we have a menu ID. I can't actually see the text that I'm typing in because it's so small, I think. Ah, God, that sucks. Okay, so we do have to make it a bit bigger, but whatever. Yeah, so this menu ID flag is broken because we can still move around and our keyboard is unlocked. So let me figure that out real quick. Are you using on demand or schedule and found them to work just as bad? I'm using on demand, yeah. I'm using on demand. They did not boost enough when running GPU loads, so the CPU held everything back. That's kind of my experience as well, but if I keep it on the NVIDIA GPU, what will happen sometimes is the NVIDIA GPU will just stop working. Like, I have this problem with this laptop where the NVIDIA GPU randomly will just disconnect. And so if I have it on that setting, I've had it before where I just can't boot, which is not fun. Yeah, this laptop sucks, man. Like, it blows. But yeah, like I sometimes will have something where the GPU will just, it should not affect anything but the CPU. On demand is GPU selection, basically. At least that's what, like when you go prime select on demand, that's selecting GPUs, right? So I do on demand because I offload when I'm streaming. I offload the NVIDIA GPU for OBS. Seems to force the GPU to boost more aggressively. I mean, my GPU is constantly constantly has problems since I switched to Linux. To be honest, like that fan that you hear going is like just from doing this, you know? Like there's really no reason for it to be hitting that. And you can go into NVTop and look at it, right? Let me make sure that I'm not. Yeah, I think we're fine to look at this. You can go into NVTop and look at this, by the way. Like, our temp is low. Like, look how low our numbers are, by the way. Like, my GPU usage is this low. And I still will get this fan that goes on. It's just ridiculous. It's just absurd. It's absurd. I don't use NVIDIA for my game. I literally use my Intel GPU for my game. I use NVIDIA only for OBS because otherwise the encoding is so bad on the CPU that it literally breaks my computer. But yeah, this computer sucks because even with only NVIDIA doing the encoding, I will still get encoding overloaded. Like randomly, I get encoding overloaded and the fan goes on and then it throttles. Even like right now it's throttling me, which is just incredibly dumb. Can't use QuickSync. I'm not sure. I've only had good experiences with using NVENC for encoding on this laptop, at least. Okay, so I wanted to check I wanted to change the size first of all. Where is that? It's here. Maybe 20. Let's try 20. And then we also, this menu ID was not working. Menu flags. I thought I added this to the... Suppose I cleaned it. I haven't really worked on it, to be honest. But there might be some issues with it, hardware wise, to be honest. I'll check it out, and see. I will check that out. Because it is really, really difficult to deal with. I don't know why this isn't working. I do know that this is supposed to be menu ID though. Is it possible that we don't get it in if, oh, that's if interact drop down. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Yeah, you have to yeah, this is basically you have to, because these are all scoped, so you have to check against every single one since they're all scoped. So there should be another one. Yeah, this one. I love nuclear. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. It's great. You're ranting? No, it's okay. I mean, I should probably listen to you. I should also probably like open this computer up and see what the problem is. I'm just kind of scared that I'm gonna mess it up even more, to be honest. Okay, so that should fix it. God, my voice just died. So now we have menu IDs. So when we click save layout, what we want to save it, we want to we can do one of two things here. We can make a drop down with all of our menus, with all of our different menu strings, or we could I should program and not do what people say in the YouTube comments. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to the YouTube comments. That's for sure. There was this guy that commented, his comment got like taken out by like YouTube auto mod or whatever, but there was this guy who commented on a video of mine a long time ago, and he said oh, a PS1 style game, how original, or something like that. And I was like, I don't know, dude. There are some comments that I've gotten that just get taken by the YouTube auto mod that are like genuinely like, I just don't understand like the I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. The only time I leave a comment on something is when it's something that I think is cool. YouTube erases perfectly fine comments. Yeah, that too. I don't understand why that's a thing, but I've gotten so many deleted comments that are just like regular people. They're just like genuinely just regular people. Um yeah, you want to have menus, I think, in separate JSONs. Yeah, you do. So in that case, then let's do in that case, let's do this. Let's make a drop down. Let's make a drop down. Even though it's going to suck and it's going to take like 15 minutes maybe to make it, let's just make it. Let's just make it. NK combo. Yeah, this is going to suck actually. Worse is that people think you delete them. Yeah. No, seriously. I'm pretty sure live chat also gets filtered, though. But yeah, it does suck. What was I going to do? I was going to make a drop down. Where's the code for this? Where's the code for this? For the drop down. I have a couple of drop downs in here that are good for me to copy. Yeah, here. So we can copy one of these as just a template and then go off of this. But yeah, this is going to be difficult because we basically need to not only, we need to build an array of strings basically beforehand. We need to loop through literally all of our UI elements, which is stupid. It's really stupid, to be honest. But it kind of just needs to happen. Yeah, you can definitely tell that they remove comments if you go newest first. Yeah, but there's no use for newest first. So yeah, the thing is you don't want to be looping through UI element count anymore because you want everything to be in menus is what you want. You read the hidden posts. I mean, yeah, but with newest, I mean, the thing with newest first is on any video that has a lot of comments on it, the newest first is always going to be bad. Do I really care about this? Do I really care about this? I feel like I don't really care about this, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just gonna make another thing where you type it in. Really, the UI editor does not need to be that fancy. Like, I should not be worrying that hard about it, really. Like, honestly, you could literally just put it a part of the menu change. The menu ID, yeah, you just do this here, actually. Uh, let's do, yeah, let's do a separate file or folder. Um, wait, aren't you supposed to do? Yeah, that's fine. Wait, why did I do this? I'm, I'm being funny right now. I'm being funny. Um, I think I need another coffee, to be honest. I also have to leave at 3:30. So there's that as well. And it's 2 right now. So what's going through my head right now? Let's just try to save. Oh, yeah, so yeah, okay. Yeah, we need to change our save UI to JSON completely, actually, because it needs to only save the UI elements that that match the name. Okay, so can we, okay, we can type now. That's good. So if I change this, okay, I need a, so if I change this, does it, yeah, I need to display all of the IDs. I don't do that. But yeah, so I also wanted to check this out. Because this isn't really coming through right now, the UI. Oh. That's probably why. Yeah, let's try that. That will probably fix it. Yeah, but yeah, so our save UI to JSON is going to have to change. We are probably going to have to take in a const char pointer menu ID, and then for each element, if the menu ID doesn't equal the menu ID, yeah, like that. And we're going to use menu buffer to search. Okay, so let's do a test on that to see if we are wow, this is super dark actually. But our menu shows up now, which is good. Kind of want to see. Is the alpha inverted? It looks like the alpha is inverted. Anyway. So let's do a test here. Let us change this menu ID to button. Menu change. Okay. And then let's go save menu. And let me see what we got. I don't see anything. Maybe it's because this needs to be this. Oh, never mind. No. Not sure why that's happening. Okay, but also just for debug purposes, let's add the current ID for each. Okay, that's that. Let's see if we saved anything. We did. Alright, so that works. We saved the correct menu. To a dad.json. So I'm gonna make a for now, maybe later we automate this, but for now it doesn't make sense to automate it and spend time doing that. Let's just add into globals an array of menu. Let's make it a define. let's also, of course, make a menu count. Okay, so, oh god, what is, see? Encoding overloaded. I don't get it. I do not get it. So here we can call load UI from JSON, but we want to load it into we want it to return a menu. So I'll figure out how to do that. But yeah, so let's just oh my gosh, the lag. Like, what is happening? We don't have any of those other arguments anymore. Oh my gosh, dude, the lag. The lag is insane. Yeah, it's not an AMD GPU. Encoders are so weak. I mean, I don't know. This my whole computer lagging, like to the point where I can't type is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like, yeah. So when we load a UI from JSON, we are going to return. That wasn't me deleting it there, that was the lag naturally. Let's just do this thing where we do an int and then so let's do menu element count equals num elements or equals count, and then menu elements equals there we go. Took seconds for it to render. Okay. We also want to stir copy into menu path, the file name. We need to take a count in here. We need to decouple this. Let's call it box count just so that we're not polluting the namespace for the global variable. Oh, encoding overloaded. Great. I'm so glad that I won't be able to type for the next 10 minutes. Like, I can't look at this. It's literally seconds. Like, this is like, I literally can't type. Like, look at this. Like, what? Like, how am I supposed to use my computer? It's like unusable. It's just ridiculous. Like, why is it still giving me an error? Conflicting types. Oh, so it still hasn't figured out that I changed this. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're gonna have errors here, but it's fine. I forget what the UID is used for, so I'm just going to leave that. Yeah. To be honest, we don't even want this anymore. We don't want any of this anymore. Yeah, I kind of need another coffee, to be honest. We aren't going to have like a massive array of UI elements anymore, is the thing. We are now just going to have menus with the UI elements inside of them. Oh, encoding overloaded again. Yeah, my computer is not having a fun time today. It's literally to the point where I wonder if if there's a memory leak in something that I have open or something like that. Oh, this is unusable today. One day I'm gonna get famous and then I will have a computer to type on. Be pretty awesome. One day. This needs a menu pointer menu. So this is just going to go into globals menus here. And then we won't worry about this anymore. Okay, so our initialize UI is happening. The main issue that we have now is that all of our functions that have to do with UI are assuming that we are using a massive array of UI elements when right now what we're doing is we're just going to iterate over menus instead. I also kind of want to add, my idea was that you have on the menu, you have just a flag. You could have a bool active on it. The thing is, we already have visibility callbacks for every single UI element anyway. But yeah. The easiest way to do this is really painful, and the easiest way to do this is going to be to just actually destroy the external UI elements thing. Okay, well, I scrolled up and now I can't stop scrolling up. Stop, please. God, the lag is insane today. Oh, dude. Yeah, my computer is pretty much just done with my Oh, you know why it was? It was because my engine was still running. That probably had something to do with it. I wonder if there's some memory leak then. I should probably check that out. Anyway. Is my Helix instance just broken now? Yeah, I think so. That's unfortunate. Okay, so what I was going to do was I was going to destroy the external first of all, destroy this, but also I have to destroy the where is this even? I don't even know where it is. Getting rid of that is going to give us a lot of errors. Oh, here it is. I was just blind. Yep, and now what? We have 20 more errors to go through. So, yeah, a lot of fun. So instead of going by UI element count, what you would literally have to do is globals.menu count and then just nested loop it. So this is what your loop would basically look like. So now instead of one massive array, you have them separated into menus. Yeah, it's much more efficient to do it this way because then you don't have to, check visibility callbacks for every single UI element. You just load in your menus in the beginning and then just spawn them in and out. Yeah. It's much more efficient to do it this way. Isn't this a Coldplay sample? I think it is. That's crazy. It's a good sample. I have no clue what any of this is. Which is really not a good sign. Yeah, this is actually going to be a pretty big refactor, I'm realizing. I guess it's worth it though, because once you can spawn in like a ton of different menus at different times, like the performance increase is definitely worth it. Because it decreases all of the events that you're checking every frame, for sure. Like, it wouldn't make sense to have every single button be checking the visibility every single frame. That's what I was doing, basically, was that you have UI elements just in a massive buffer, and you're just checking if they're visible each frame. Which is like super good for generalization, right? But I think that it's very inefficient. So I think I'm going to make a coffee. I have to go. I have an appointment at 3:30 or at 4, but I do have to get ready for that. So I'm gonna make a coffee and try to get ready for that. I did turn today around. You know, it started off pretty rough because there was this bug that was really frustrating me, but I think I turned it around. So we got the UI stuff up and running again. That's really good, because what I'm going to be working on next is the actual game UI and the actual game systems. So that was very necessary to get that running so that I can create buttons and stuff. Once I do this refactor for the UI elements, and basically what I did today was I made it so that now when we save UI menus, it saves it to JSONs, right? And then we load in those JSONs, and then they separate into menus. And we load them in and out. So we, instead of iterating over all of our UI elements, we only iterate over the relevant ones. It's a much more efficient system than just loading in a massive array of UI elements. because yeah, it's like, as you can see, we have 139,000 vertices for the text box draw buffer, and then 216. Well, actually, is this bytes? Yeah, this is bytes. Actually, this is bytes. So it's not that much, but it still is. It still is a lot. And we had like 4 or 5 buttons, and it was this much already. It's a lot of looping that isn't necessary, when you could instead just like, I don't know, just have flags that spawn menus in and out. So that's good. I also made today the cameras. I generalized cameras, so now we can spawn cameras on initialization, like cutscene cameras, whatever, that are different from the main character's camera. Which is important because if you want to have like layered rendering, weird stuff going on, you're gonna need extra cameras. So generalizing that was something that I needed to do. We also needed extra cameras for our weapons, so now every weapon gets its own camera, and that we figured that out. So but yeah, once I finish this UI refactor, then I will make the actual like test kind of debug UI for combat, I guess. And then test out how that's gonna work. My idea for it is like turn-based combat, but with obvious like animations going on, like 3D animations, and moving characters around and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that I'm definitely gonna keep the kind of like the guns and stuff. I want it to basically have like, you have like abilities that you use your gun for or whatever. I have some ideas for that that I want to do. Anyway, the stream was kind of a train wreck, but if I feel like I'm up for it later today, I might come back for like an hour or two just to finish this refactor. But yeah, I wanted to get a lot of work done on this today while I have the time to work on it. So I got some stuff done. Maybe not as much as I hoped, but anyway, I will see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it was really frustrating that that Blender messed up my model like that and broke it. Like, that really killed the mood. I was kind of in a good mood this morning, and then that happened, and it killed my whole my momentum or whatever. Anyway, definitely have to make more coffee because I'm super tired. All right, peace out. See you later.